2, 1, 2.
So we are using input 1.
Yeah. One, two, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
things being equal, that should be until 2029. Just before we commence, I'm going to ask that we stand up and open with a prayer, and a volunteer can just pray for us. Anyone? Like I said, my name is Super Mahuma Pelo. So we'll now do the introduction, and we will start here.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Honorable Wesley Douglas. I'm with Umkhonto Sizwe, and I'm serving on the Interrelations and Cooperation Committee. I'm also a Work for Peace Ability Cluster for Umkhonto Sizwe, and I serve on appropriations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to my honorable members and our colleagues. My name is Colleen Makubele. I'm the member of MK Party. I'm an alternate in this IR committee, and I also serve in the Communications and Digital Technologies Committee, and also the Whip of Communications for MK. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, honourable members, and to all attending. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I'm Honourable Advocate Shumi Masali. I serve on the portfolio of International Relations, Sports, Arts and Culture, and Justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to colleagues, and morning to the guests and members of the public. My name is Ryan Smith. I'm a member of the Democratic Alliance, serving on the Portfolio Committee for International Relations and Cooperation.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, colleagues, and invited guests. I am Honourable Kathmishwe, the leader of the ACDP. I serve on this committee and others. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and greetings to all the stakeholders here. My name is Mwodu Samuel Mwela. I serve in the Portfolio Committee of Police, Corrections, and this one of Federal Relations and Cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. My name is Andisiwe Kumbaka. I serve in this committee and also the Committee of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, and also the Joint Committee on Members' Interests and Ethics. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, staff members, and everybody else who's here. I am Ngobile Mhlongo, a member of the Economic Freedom Fighters, deployed in this Committee of International and Cooperation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honourable members. I'm Dr. Mohono, the Speaker of the Northwest Legislature. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Speaker, and good morning, honourable members and colleagues. My name is Innocent Nechi Tumbu, Secretary to the Northwest Provincial Legislature.
Good morning, honourable members. I'm Bibi Bowman. I'm the Director for Sustainability and Community Impact at the Northwest University. I was allocated to attend this meeting on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Madibeng, who's travelling in the USA. So on behalf of the university, good morning to everybody.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, and good morning, everyone. I am Fuzo Zenzile. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer to the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. My name is Miss Sena Mkhalipi. I'm a committee assistant. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Malindri Magwagwa. I'm a communicator. Thank you.
Good morning, honourable members, chairperson, Madam Speaker. My name is Dr. David Madlala, and I am providing research support to the committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Honourable Speaker. Good morning, honourable members. My name is Lubabalo Sikwela. I'm the
Thank you very much for the introductions. Honourable members, you'll remember that yesterday we were in Mpumalanga. It was our first leg of this program of ours of the Portfolio Committee to ensure that the 9 provinces in South Africa have got oversight structures on international relations. Just before we get into that, I was saying to Muriti Misha that yesterday when we were counting people who started with Nelson Mandela in Parliament, who are still there now, we counted up to 5. That's himself, Honorable Meshwe, Honorable Beti Zimande, Honorable Bantu Holomisa, the one we forgot Bantu Holomisa yesterday. Actually, you are 3 now, because we were also counting the ones who have left. So it's yourself, Honorable Bantu Holomisa, and Blayton Zimande. So from the cohort that started with Nelson Mandela in 1994, I'm happy the university is here because they deal with matters of empirical research. So part of the empirical research we have here is that for the last 30 years, in the democratization process of South Africa, members who started with President Nelson Mandela for the first time, in the current 7th parliament, we are left with only 3. Each parliament has had 400 members from 1994 to date. So out of those 400, we are now left with 3. So we are saluting them, and on their behalf, we are saluting you, Honorable Mishwe, for the long service. Honorable Speaker, we are very thankful, Dr. Mohono, that you are here. We didn't expect the Speaker to be here, so you surprised us. You really honored us, and I must say, we are grateful of your presence. Honorable Mohono is the longest serving MEC in the province of the Northwest. So just like you are the longest serving in Parliament. She may not have started in 1994, but among the current crop of MECs in the province, she was the longest serving MEC until she became the Speaker now recently after the last elections. I don't think we will have someone else with that record in the near future. So you can give her a hand of applause for she has gone from education to agriculture to tourism to, she has done almost everything within government. And thank you very much for being here, Honorable Speaker. We are very happy that you honored us with your presence. Honorable members, during the, and guests, during the 6th Parliament, the current chairperson was in tourism. So the current chairperson was migrated to international relations. So the current chairperson of international relations, one of the things he would have inquired about, having arrived at international relations, is a question related to one of the principal tasks which is in the Constitution about Parliament and legislatures. So the 9 legislatures and Parliament are the legislative sector, right? So the question would have been by then in the 6th Parliament, other than us ensuring that when we pass bills, there is consultation with the people on the ground to inform the bill, because it's required by law that we do consultation. Where else does International Relations Committee bring the people on board? So the response was a very simple one. No, here we work with universities, we work with research institutions, and we work with analysts. So for the last 8 years, the International Relations Portfolio Committee has only been working with universities, research institutions, and analysts. These experts that you see on TV and you hear on radio on a daily basis. So the question was, but in the Constitution imposes a responsibility on all committees of Parliament, all committees of the legislature, to do the following 3 cardinal responsibilities. The first cardinal responsibility is lawmaking. The second cardinal responsibility is oversight on the executive. And the third is to ensure that there's public participation. So when you look at the leg of lawmaking, international relations for the last 30 years, Lubabalo will have done at least 4 laws. We've got 4 acts that govern the work of international relations. Which means for the last 30 years, the only time this committee was with the masses on the ground was 4 times. So the question then became, but then how do we make sure as this committee that we don't only bring in people for public participation broadly on the ground when we do our work, so that it's not elitist? Because currently, for the last 30 years, international relations have become very elitist. So if you're not an expert in something, you are seen not to be suitable to can engage in international relations. So the think tanks are the ones that have been driving the agenda of international relations. So in the committee, we then said, no, we are going to have to change this thing and come up with an approach that fully complies with a requirement in the Constitution on public participation. Public participation in Parliament should not be periodic. It shouldn't be stop and go. Public participation must be a daily thing, because our democracy is anchored on the people, on the ground. Without the people, we don't have a democracy in this country. So the question was, why do you only go to the communities when you pass a bill to become a law? After it has been signed by the president, it becomes an act of parliament. So we came up with an approach that says, As part of our oversight mechanism, we are going to make sure that we involve the people. So the question became then, how are you going to make sure that you execute that strategic objective? So we agreed that what we are going to do, that was the 6th Parliament. We will then make sure that at the provincial, district, metro, local, including at the ward level, have international relations oversight forums. The international relations oversight forums will ensure that on a daily basis, people interact with. At another level, the forums will make sure that on a monthly basis or so, we've got seminars, we've got dialogues that take place on particular topics of international interest. I will make you an example. If you are to start, how many trade agreements does South Africa have with its trading partners globally? Our people will not know because we've never given them that information. That information is between the department, it's between Parliament through the portfolio committee, and it's between the experts and the professors and so on, and universities. So that information is there. So the people on the ground are denied an opportunity to know what in the trade agreement, for instance, between South Africa and China, which is the #1 trading partner with South Africa, what opportunities do they have and how do they exploit those opportunities? So the oversight that must be done by the portfolio committee, including in the legislatures, should be what is the extent to which our people directly have benefited from trade between us, like I said, and China. For instance, how has that helped us to change our lives, the lives of the people on poverty, inequality, and unemployment? So that has not existed. So we decided that we are going to make sure that we change the paradigm. We do a radical shift in the approach. And going forward is going to happen. So we agreed that the international relations So the people themselves on the ground, if you take the current topic, for instance, US as the second trading partner with South Africa, which is true, but if you were to go on the ground and ask people directly what are the benefits from the trade that is taking place with us in the US, people don't know because that is between companies, private companies that are trading with the US. But our people don't know on the ground that there is an embassy of South Africa. There's somebody who is getting money there as an ambassador. There's the staff there that are getting salaries. They are paid by the taxpayer in South Africa, and their responsibility is to make sure that they mobilize investments within the US to come to South Africa and vice versa for the benefit of the people. So the people don't know. It's not that they can't do it, but they are blinded from the information. That information is not exposed to them. They don't know that they can come together when they've got livestock in villages. Because they can come together and village consortiums come together, and through the office of the ambassador, they can find people that they can export their products. They can only be able to do that if they interact with the relevant information. If that information is given to them and they are empowered to be able to do exports so that they can change their own materials in as far as their lives are concerned on the ground. The portfolio committee also said, these pieces of legislation that we use as a tool that is used by DERCO on the executive side of the arm of the state, the people don't know about them because more often than not, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, Honorable Speaker, in a ward that takes 7,000 people, when we go and do consultation on a bill, we call people to a hall and there will be about 200 to 300 people at the most, maybe 1,000. And our assumption is that people who are in the hall there have got a mandate from the rest of the 7,000 people in the ward, and their weight there represents the rest of the people who are not at the hall. So in most cases, that's not the case. That's not the case. So our approach as the international relations going forward is that we are going to embark on establishing this forum. So we have started in Mpumalanga yesterday. Today is Northwest, tomorrow is Gauteng. And before the end of the next financial year, 2026-27, we will have completed the rest of the provinces. And financial year 27-28, it's our hope that we will have established IR international relations oversight forums in all the districts in the country, throughout the 54 districts in the country, in all the metros, and that we will be having, by the end of 2027, every ward in South Africa. In South Africa, 4,468. So our hope is that by 2027-28, we'll be having 4,468, so that the office of the Speaker Mohono must be able to say to the wards through her office in the Northwest, have the people of the Northwest through their wards, through the IR forums, through whatever committee she will delegate the responsibility to, have they discussed matters of IR and how those matters of IR are helping them on the ground change their lives. I'm sure people will focus more on economic diplomacy, because economic diplomacy is about material way of changing the people's lives on the ground. Yes, from time to time, there will be topics in seminars, there will be topics in dialogues that we will table through these forums. We will get former ambassadors, serving ambassadors, former ministers, MECs, former committee members, experts, international relations, for them to do presentations on those particular topics. I'll make an example. Honorable members here, we will, as soon as we are done with the provinces, commence the program where we will deploy a member per province to go and preside over a seminar, which means they will run concurrently, they will run simultaneously and seamlessly all those dialogues that will be taking place. Let's say we discuss the G20. What does it mean? Who is in the G20? What is its context? And how has South Africa made use of the opportunities within the G20 to make a great leap forward economically, and making sure that our international agenda in geopolitics is indeed understood by all and sundry. So we will engage on those particular things. They will run concurrent, all of them. By the time we have them in the wards, in the 4,460 old wards, we'll reach a stage where in one day you run the 4,000 seminars on the ground. You spread the information among the people. It is our hope that the offices of the speakers of municipalities, because the Municipal Structures Act, Systems Act, give them the responsibility for public participation. It is our hope that they will be able to understand the assets of why public participation must include in that area of municipality, looking at opportunities throughout the world to our ambassadors and making sure that our people make use of those particular opportunities. So what it means is that, Honorable Speaker, from an oversight point of view, we're introducing a new element where in oversight, from an economic point of view, when we look at the economy of a province or a municipality or the country, we will look at these trade agreements and say, what is the extent to which our oversight has ensured that indeed the benefits accrue to the people on the ground and it has impacted on their lives. So the number of factories must increase. So the target must move. If factories were 3, the number must move to 5 or 7. I was making an example yesterday that, you know, there are rural areas that have got problems with water. And we have not made it our responsibility to go to the embassies here in Pretoria and say to them, we've got so many rural areas in the country without water. Can we together embark on borehole drilling throughout together as part of diplomatic relations? And then it's an onslaught on water shortage. And through that project, we are able, through the embassies, to say we have strengthened our relationship with these countries. The people have water, the people are happy. The happiness index, when it's done by professors and doctors from the university, when they do empirical evidence, they will then say the happiness index in South Africa, particularly in the rural areas, is on an upward trajectory. The reason why it's on an upward trajectory, one of the variables in the equation, it is because the people's life materially has improved because they now have water. So that we don't just wait for the fiscals, for Minister Enoch to come with the fiscals, so that we can drill boreholes. So these countries are here, they're in Hatfield, in Pretoria. And it doesn't mean also that our ambassadors, wherever they are in the world, we can't say to them that we think through your office, for instance, we must embark on massive, those in Brazil, for instance, we must embark on working with DTIC and economic development. We must embark as part of trade with Brazil, massive program of food security. So that the agreements that are signed between the presidents, this trade agreement between us and Brazil, doesn't just end in a nice file in Pretoria. But we say practically, how has this translated into changing the material life of our people on the ground? And we do agro-processing, we do all these things that are happening. The only company that is able, for instance, now to export meat, red meat, beef, to be specific, to China, is Karan beef in South Africa. After 30 years. So they send it to Shanghai. It's Karan beef. The question is, the people, the right owners of cattle, the Africans, the black people, why is it that, our people are not assisted to be able to be at that level, to be able to sell beef, organic beef, in compliance with the requirements of China, to be able to sell beef to China? Which means in a joint committee between us as IR using our embassies and so on, we'll be able to report to say, no, we have signed a trade agreement with China. But in terms of the dynamics of South Africa, when you go into the Constitution, for instance, in the preamble, it says in the preamble, we have to make sure that we deal with the injustices of our past. Part of the injustice of the past is economic injustice. So when we use IR and we sit together with DTIC, those who deal with the economy, with matters of trade, we should be able to say, in our joint oversight on matters of trade, we don't think that the trickling down of imports and exports to China are helping us to deal with what is in the preamble of the Constitution, the injustices of the past in economic terms. So that we must drill into the trade agreements. It means, honorable members, going forward, we are going to have all these trade agreements on our tables. So that when we go on the ground to our people, we are able to expose them to these trade agreements, all of them. And the forums will be able to drill into the trade agreements because it's taxpayers' money that is used to go overseas to go and pursue the trade agreements. So the masses on the ground must feel the benefits of the taxpayers' money that is used to go and make sure that the trade agreements are indeed arrived at. AGOA, for instance, Honorable Douglas, if we were to look at how much money is spent by South Africa's taxpayer on AGOA, Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, the amount of millions that is spent just on making sure that we sustain it's millions and millions of rand, right? But if you move a step further into AGOA and you say, all right, who is benefiting through the AGOA pipeline? Yes, who is that? Mainly it's white South Africans. Which means you are only satisfying one leg of the two legs you have to satisfy. In terms of national interests, in international relations, yes, we are okay. Because that trade is helping us in terms of national interest. But when you go into the Constitution and say, when we look at injustices of our past in the context of AGOA, black people are not the beneficiaries of AGOA. And it is the taxpayers' money that is used to sustain AGOA. So the two legs of AGOA have to be attended to. It's national interest, which is okay now. But the second one is making sure that you deal with injustice of the past. Actually, if we take it further, you can go and say, let's look at women. I grew up building a non-sexist South Africa. It's in the Constitution. Let's look at women and say, in the AGOA dynamics, are there women who are benefiting and participate through participation in AGOA? Then you take it further and you go to Honorable Kumbatra and say, go and do empirical research on young people who are benefiting from the AGOA pipeline. So you're not fighting anyone. You are simply saying the taxpayers' money we're using the state resources to make sure that we hold on to AGOA, which is important for our economy, but it has to ensure that it helps. So that's why, Honorable Speaker, we decided that we must do an omelette of oversight, and that omelette can only be on our pan if we break the egg. So we are breaking the egg to have the omelette by making sure that from now onwards, the people of South Africa are going to participate actively in international relations. It's not just left to the experts and the think tanks that are dealing with this particular matter. So in that way, we'll be dealing with historical injustice. So you deal with it by building the South Africa that we say that we want to build, but from an international relations point of view. So that people must know that if Rasul is no longer the ambassador of the South Africa in the US, how does it impact on people in PTD Suleja? Does it mean the agreements that he has been pushing as the ambassador? They must have an understanding that does it mean the agreements he has been pushing, the trade he has been pushing as the ambassador is now going to be nullified? They can only be able to relate with the expulsion by Trump of Rasul. They will only be able to relate to that matter if they are able to know in material terms, what is it that accrues to them as a benefit for them as the people on the ground in the country. So if you don't do that, they will just end up watching TV and see it as a by the way issue. Oh, it's Rasul, they are saying he's coming back. Trump is on the rampage. So the people cannot internalize the implications. If South Africa says we are now going to shift and intensify our focus to the AU, to the EU, European Union, in terms of trade, among ourselves here you can say it's a good development in geopolitics. Because here we understand as honorable members, it's a good development in geopolitics. We understand when we say geopolitics, what does it mean? But to go mankaipa, they don't understand what you are saying. They can't relate with what you are saying. That's why, Honorable Speaker, we are saying we are going to move as a portfolio committee from complexity to simplicity. Yes, from complexity to simplicity. Simplify these things for our people. Our people must understand, why are we doing trade with DRC? Why is South Africa sending soldiers to make sure there's stability? Yeah, why? Why must they send soldiers to make sure there's stability? And why are we trading with the Democratic Republic of Congo? Kalema was appointed yesterday, former president. We congratulate him to be one of the eminent persons to normalize the situation in the DRC. It's going to be taxpayers' money used through the president's office to make sure that he flies there, there's meetings, he's booked there, the research teams around him and so on. But people don't know that their own money is actually going to assist in normalizing the situation. So the soldiers have come back, are coming back gradually, but now there's eminent persons politically who are going to be responsible for the political situation. So the taxpayers' money is going to foot the bill. So it's not only the think tanks that must know. What does it mean? The people must know what does it mean, and that when the situation is stable in the DRC, there are kids who are in IT now have an opportunity to compete with the rest of the world on the rare minerals that you find in the DRC for clean energy. It's just that our education system doesn't include these things, because we're taught we're taught at half and low caste. Today I can't use that. I was able to draw the low caste excellently and DAF, but I can't use it today, right? I thought our education system must be able to teach our young people that, hey, the reason why our soldiers and the soldiers of Malawi are in the DRC is to make sure that there is stability, because stability will assist you and the rest of the countries to be able to use the rare minerals that are in the DRC to drive clean energy globally. Which means that our innovation hub, which is here in Pretoria, you young people, Honorable Kumbaka, must ask the question, concurrent with sending an eminent person, so on, are we pushing young people to go to the innovation hub from an IT perspective? Can they use that knowledge in the meantime to prepare? For when stability comes in the DRC, they are among the first to arrive to bring in new ideas and technology on how we must change the world, but from the DRC and South Africa. So that's why I'm saying international relations shouldn't just be intellectual. It shouldn't just be about intellectualism. It has to impact on the life of our people. It is my hope that going forward, even in the premier's offices, there will be stronger offices there from an executive point of view that helps our people to know the opportunities globally that they can exploit. Ourselves and education, I think at some point we must meet and ask the question, what are the skills that are required globally, country by country, especially countries that we have trade agreements with? And we must look at where are those skills coming from other than those countries. And ask the question, university working with us, have we developed sufficient human capital, relevant economies of the countries we have trade agreements with, so that one of the things we export as South Africa must be human capital. So it's not just beef and minerals. You have South Africans all over with different types of skills, making sure that the South African revolution is felt all over the world because they are bringing their rare skills, which are not there with our trading partners. And our trading partners will tell their other trading partners to say, if you need the best skills on this and this and this discipline, go to South Africa. But the problem is you are not there. People who apply overseas, others are going to Canada, it's on their own. There's no systematic, deliberate program developed between the government and the universities to say, we've analyzed the world and we will need these skills to be exported all over the world. We've got the universities and the colleges to develop those skills. So they will be our ambassadors, those people, through human capital development, because they will be selling the skills on behalf of South Africa. So I'm just saying that we want to shake the tree so that the apples can fall down and the masses can pick them up and be able to plant other new trees so that we can move forward as a country. President Ramaphosa is going to meet with President Zelensky of Ukraine next month. That meeting is scheduled, is finalized. But our people don't know, in accrual benefits terms, in IR, how does South Africa meet with Ukraine? Yeah, and he's our president. He's elected by the people. He's representing us. When they sit with Zelensky, he's representing all of us. What is the trade that must follow? I'll just make you an example, honorable members. You see what President Trump has done now, right? On the relations between the US and Russia. In as far as the Ukraine matter is concerned. He has made it very clear, President Trump, that at the core of the peace that must be attained is the exploitation of the minerals. That's why he said him and Zelensky in Ukraine must reach a mineral pact. Right? Now, for you to do processing of minerals, you need certain skills as part of human development, which means South Africa has an opportunity to say through President Ramaphosa to President Zelensky, the minerals agenda of Ukraine must include South Africa participating in that agenda. And the president of South Africa will be able to say, we've got these skills that we can deploy. We've got these companies that we can deploy to go and invest in Ukraine. And the president of Russia, because of our diplomatic relations with Russia, he can't say no. You see now the benefits of being non-aligned. You see them later. They are called lags in economics, LAGs, lags. It's an impact lag, right? So when people were attacking South Africa, take a position. And we say, no, we are non-aligned. We work with both Russia and Ukraine. Because we have got foresight, right? We don't think up to our toes. We've got foresight. Now we have reached a situation where through President Trump, there's an understanding by President Zelensky in Ukraine that the minerals compact has to be signed. Now, it's a tripartite, right? That's why even these relations with the US, deteriorating as they may appear, they might actually strengthen from another angle of Russia and Ukraine. So our people have to know, oh, so I can send my keys to Ukraine. President Ramaphosa has opened the route now. They can go and work there. They can also go and work in Russia. That's the complexity of geopolitics, right? The dynamics that we have to understand. That's why in geopolitics, you don't say Fotsek. Never. You don't say go to hell. In geopolitics. You manage at all material times, you manage. You manage. So people are now going to see the non-alignment. You remember this committee was also attacked? That why are we not condemning Russia? Why are you not condemning? Now you can imagine that you condemn Putin. Putin is now in agreement with Trump. We'll be having a problem with both now. So we refuse to condemn Putin. We refuse, right? Even we are refusing to condemn him. We are simply saying to him, follow diplomatic channels and laid down principles on diplomacy. We're not fighting him. Now we can talk to Putin in Russia, we can talk to Zelensky, and Putin in Russia can make Trump understand why he must work with South Africa. So I saw President Ramaphosa angakalana le Trump. No, akana romela Putin. Are how bua le no mo gopotse gore go na le mongwane kwa ko South Africa. Ha ka ga That's the tactics, right? The mastering the tactics of diplomacy. Mastering the tactics. People say on social media, but why is President Ramaphosa Zelensky? What are we going to bet? This is a sellout position. No sellout. Look, please, Honorable, go and look at the minerals in Ukraine. Before we talk grain, before we talk agriculture, before we talk grain and before we talk fertilizers and so, just go and look at the minerals in Ukraine and say, why must South Africa not benefit from those minerals? You can only do that if you've got astute leadership. When you are in that level, you take your heart, you leave it at home, and you just go to work with your brain. It doesn't work. It's not, you can't get angry at that level. So I thought we must understand. This is what people on the ground to understand. Because when you look at what was happening in Goma, yes, it's a tragedy. We have lost soldiers. It's a tragedy. But people didn't know the bigger agenda. They don't know that the chips, the phones, the only mineral that makes chips on cell phones and is in Africa. So when people are fighting, then there's war. It is in our interest to normalize the situation because kids can now go. That's why we sometimes say to people, stop being xenophobic. There are difficulties, yes, in the country. And so, but look beyond your immediate situation, your emotions, right? Because through your university, we are producing young people there who must not only be limited and confined to South Africa. So it means in future, if they go and sell their skills in Nairobi, they will be told that you are not welcome because at some point you said you are not welcome in your country. So university must continue producing and the colleges, right? That's why I'm saying we must export the skills. Honorable Muyela, I wish young people can spend most of their time looking at the global equations and saying, when we look at the global equations, where are we locating young people? What are the benefits? Instead of being in country, you quibble about this, quibble about that. Because I thought the leadership of young people in this country will be concerned about the quality of skills we produce through our education and skills development system. Because you are worried about influence in the world. But the leadership of young on those things, unfortunately. We can call all of them, and we can call all SRCs and student organizations. They are not focusing. Yes, there are other issues they are focusing more on: rest, NSFAS, which is okay, safety, it's okay, wada. But there's no campaign that says, parents, we want to talk to you as leaders of young people. The new cohort that starts next year, who are from grade 12, we have looked at the numbers. We will want to increase the numbers in physics. And so that work is not done. Things are just happening by chance. Everybody passes, you go to school, you perform, and you pass, and from there you graduate, and you look for a job. There's a young man who committed suicide. He's a doctor. He's got qualifications, very good qualifications. It means this young man did not have his peer or a peer who could whisper in his ear and say, don't look at your surroundings. Look globally. We can help you to send you anywhere. We can take you to Germany. But now that there's going to be forums, these young people will know that I can go into the forum, and the forum can help me to go and speak to the German ambassador to resolve my problem. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We can now engage, and once more, thank you very much for this activity. Thanks very much. Kyalabo. We will take our guests who are here. When we are done with our guests, who are, maybe I must just explain. We invited sectors. So we didn't just invite any other person. We invited sectors. So the invitations here are sector-based. That's why it's traditional leaders, universities, it's the legislature, it's the municipalities, and so on. Salga, I don't know if Salga is here. So it's sector-based. So it's not meant to be a big meeting. It's supposed to be a small meeting where these leaders from sectors, we are planting the seed, which they must then take further going forward as we go to the ground. Thank you very much. Khosi, re khwamogetse ke tsoro tsa malemang. Khosi ga ikitsisi. Ya no nne ke batla motlanka gore a go itsisi. Okay. You are welcome, Khosi.
Ke kopa go tsaya nako e ke le dumedise. Ebile ke ipeele maitato for us in my village on Wednesdays is council meetings. So before I come here, I must make sure that I've left my elders with the proper direction. I am Itumeleng Shole from Batung Bahashole. I'm located in the southeast of Mahikeng. That is where we were dumped in 75. Originally, we hold, I think, one of the richest regions in the country and in the province. Our true land is Kolini, which is called Monamaladi, named by my great-grandfather Rankudu. It's Volmaranstad, and it's about 70% of Klerksdorp. The other one going to Bahamaidi and other tribes that are there. I'm the National Secretary for Contralesa Youth. I am grateful, Chairperson and honorable members, to be invited and be given an opportunity because it's constitutionalism at play. We are fully recognized by Section 12, and honestly, in most cases, we are stepchildren in a lot of things in the country. So it means you are enacting Section 12 of the Constitution. So we are grateful for that. The topic at hand and what we are discussing and launching today is something of high importance, especially in the Northwest. I think our position as a country and the role we play globally is reflective in the economy of the Northwest. On the basis that I like saying South Africa still has to figure out who it is in the global flow of things. Are we innovators? Are we price takers? Are we what? And I'll make a case in point. Between last year, October, and this year, February, just before the mining in Daba, you had a region in the Northwest that was affected by what was happening in China. Now, it is a region that is responsible for about 72% of the world's chromium output and production, which is just here. It's about 20 kilos from here. The PGM belt starts. Now, I said leaders, maybe it's time we haven't been heard. Maybe it's time we shake. Maybe it's time the president himself wonders what to do, because you see, to enter the province, you only need 6 roads. You only have 6 roads to enter the province. Now, to go to where the global chromium output is, because Pegasus only contributes for 10%, there's only 3 roads. But now, China, being our biggest trading partner, built its entire, literally, China's entire chromium or PGM processing industry is based on South African chrome. Without our chrome, their metal processing industry falls flat. But what happened last year, an interesting thing, because the Chinese are here, they might even be owning this house. There's a common practice in South Africa, especially in the Northwest. Now, they bought South African chrome, ROM, which is run of mine. They don't really buy a lot of concentrate, because remember, they process, it's called mineral beneficiation, so they do it that side. After buying it, they process it. They then flood the international market with now what would then deem cheap Chinese chrome. What then happens is that the average miner, who's black in color and African in creed, and comes from a rural area predominantly, loses business. The people that became poor between last year, October, and this year, February, I know them. Now, in our rural area, you then found, you see, the scourge even of illegal mining stems from such, I would say, unruly economic behaviors between our trading partners. And who gets affected the most? It's us. You go to Tatlaganyani, you will see more than 3,000 unemployed people now in different areas, some in illegal mines. They used to work at Horizon, a mine that has been under business rescue for 15 years, I think, now. And that mine still finds a way to give China its chrome. We don't know how. Now, my suggestion, and it goes hand in hand with what we are discussing here, I think these forums would assist, because then it would take those of us that their houses get burnt first. You see, with us, you can't take leave. You are born, therefore it means you're in a life of service continuously. That means you are the first victim of unhappy people, because when they see you, they see a beacon of hope. Now, it speaks, we need to really strengthen our traditional leaders so that they can know how to navigate these waters. That is one. Two, we need to take a direct economic position, even at district level. Because you can't have China, even though the DMR is saying that now, they're still saying. But right now, as we are speaking, I am sure there is more than 200,000 tons that are passing in the N4. I'm not talking about maybe right now. At around 2 o'clock, there will be an extra 200, 400, or even a million tons passing. And we don't benefit. You go to all the areas, especially in Moses Kotane region, that is where extreme poverty is. But that is where the global concentration of PGM minerals, chromium, manganese is. The Chinese are further expanding into the province. They're going towards Ngakamudirmolema, because that is where you find a lot of manganese. And diamonds. Now next to diamond, there's a mineral called ilmenite. Our people don't know of such. So we'll flock to diamond, the Chinese want ilmenite. It's good. Now there are other even smaller, unmentioned minerals. Now they're controlled by just a few big companies. Now I think it's time we bring these people closer so that they discuss with us traditional leaders. What are their intentions? And it's time that they fund our internal processing units. We must start selling chrome alloy to them, because clearly they have not assisted us in any manner. We are even left with a more and bigger unemployment rate than any province in the country. That is embarrassing. Rustenburg used to be a billion-rand local municipality surrounded by rural areas. It's a unique municipality of its kind. But right now, his performance, it's lackluster. And you might easily blame it on political leadership and in local governance. No, it's business. It's business. If I give you the horizon story and to say business rescue 15 years, poor people, the scourge of, now the country even has to put more money in deploying the SNDF. On Friday, I was with the SNDF in Murule. They're actually in the process of building a base now, this side, because the old base, besides it being damaged, there's a problem now because of illegal mining. So you see the country is spending so much, giving out so much, and yet we're benefiting absolutely nothing. Now we need to correct that. We need to develop, you know, I love having an African approach to things. I assist you because I'm human, you're human, you're going to assist me. There must be beneficiation somehow. China needs to explain to us in terms of industrial development, what is it doing? We also need to go back and check the country in terms of its industrial policy. What is it? And how do rural people feature in it? Because, you see, in this country, we also change policies as we please. I heard, I don't know if they've introduced a new industrial policy again, but there used to be this thing called black industrialists. We need to check how far are we in that, because that was supposed to be the tool that would then address industrialism in rural areas. We need to check our policy in terms of including traditional leaders, because we represent the people in the economic decisions that the country takes, especially when they go and meet your Zelenskys of this world, other heads of state. We need to check that. In terms of agriculture, the challenge is we don't own anything. We don't own anything. I'll tell you a history about it. It's a very funny thing. You see, there's a cow in the northwest, it's called Western Sanga. And there's a cow in Nguni land, it's called Nguni. Go and check the people that qualify that your cow is a proper breed, it's a stud, it's export quality. It's white people. But they found us here. The only breeds they came up with is your Bonsmara, your Brahman, which they themselves are derivatives of the very hardy breeds that we have indigenously farmed. Now I'll make an example about where I come from. His Majesty, my king, has been on the throne since 1979. So it means he has seen all forms of government. Now, if he was there are certain cattle that he inherited from his forefathers. The cows that we have, you'd find if you test them, some of them are pure specimen of cows that come from 200 years back. You find that predominantly in a lot of rural areas. Because while we're communal people, should my father pass on, I'll benefit from certain things, and these things belong in the family. Now, pray do tell, who tells the chairperson of the South African Nguni stud breeders how perfect my cow is? Because Mina, it has been there for generations. What informs such politics? So part of us being global players, we need to do away with this. We need to do away with mafia or NWK. This thing of pussyfooting and not calling things the way they are, is affecting us. You discuss Algo, it's white people that benefit. It's white people. I come from the Maize Triangle, and I'm fortunate that the current speaker of our legislature is a former MEC of agriculture, and the chairperson in this portfolio is a former premier. They know the economic situation in the province. So what I'm saying is not a rumor. We are told by a few men, there's a young man called Motlapele Murule. He's from my village in Ramatlabam. He is export quality. His brand suffered simply because he's black. They will take ZZ2, they will take, he produces vegetables, barcoded well. He had to move his business actually to even Kagiso. But he will not benefit from anything because he's black. They will take popular brands that belong to their front, put them at the front in the shelf. Ours, put them at the back. And they say, no, black people are not providing quality. What informs such things? So we need to decipher certain things and also redefine certain things. I raised an issue. I serve in the Sandparks Vision 2040. And I said to them, part of the things that hamper development in this country is because we define things according to a white man. What is conservation? And conservation as a global economy, by the way. We visited Belgium and all of this. South Africa is a huge contributor. In fact, we are the best country in the world. Because when you look at the Kunming and Montreal, in terms of the UNDP, we have far surpassed. You know, it's 70, it's called a 30 by 30. By 2030, 30% of the world's sea and land should be conserved. We are a rural country, so rural areas are conserved. When an old woman goes and collects wood, it's dry wood. It's not fresh trees. So conservation for us, we live it. The white person is an extracurricular activity that they must go study. So we need to define these things in an African context, so that even our economic development must be defined in our context. What do we need as people on the ground? What is there? What do we have that we can utilize now? What are the low-hanging fruits? What are the challenges? And what are the political circumstances surrounding everything? If we can define those things, then we'll be sorted. We'll truly be sorted. But in everything, in all honesty, if we define ourselves and understand who we are and have a direct industrial approach, have a direct mining approach that represents who we are, and stop wanting to fit in. South Africa is too much of a fitter in. You know, the USA keeps on cutting things. Their chromium industry, 100% is reliant on South Africa. They import 100% of chrome from South Africa. China is our biggest trading partner. But we are bullied by these people. We can collapse the entire alloy industry, which is already weakened by Chinese steel. Yet we are playing. And who is suffering on the ground? Who relies on PEPFAR? Rural people. But we are not saying anything, and we're not speaking to them in that fashion. And I'm saying, I think we must enact this part. You see, Section 12, we ask too much for permission, and already recognized in the Constitution. So I think as traditional leaders, we must take a position that we must enact Section 12 and ask questions, demand answers. If we are not heard, you will hear us properly. You will hear us properly, because we hold, if 5% of the land of the country, see, as traditional leaders, we hold two assets that even the country does not have. We have natural right to the land, then we have the people. Those are two assets that drive a country. A country is a name. Just yesterday we were a union. Just before that we were a colony. So we hold that power, and I think it's time really, we need to sit down even with our political leaders to say, let's talk and try and hear each other out. Bring these ambassadors and sit down and talk. We can't suffer like this. We must decide what happens in Disobota, which is part of the Maize Triangle and is suffering. And at the backdrop of it is international politics, is geopolitics. So we really need to sit down, redefine ourselves, give a directive as to what must happen in the country. If we are not hearing each other, we'll navigate the storms and manage the contradictions, like you said. But we need to really put our foot down as South Africans, representing Africans in particular. Because anyone who lives in this country is an African. They identify as South African, and black in majority. We really need to do that. Our women are suffering. They are not playing any part anyway. They're permission beggars. You know, they beg for everything. They beg to be slotted in. Women and young people, they are a program that you think about. We're not developing skilled people. I was in Russia last year during the presidential elections. The people that took me from the airport toured with me in Moscow and St. Petersburg as young people that are doing international relations, and they're already being trained. If a young Russian person who was 19 years old was interacting with me, a traditional leader from the Northwest, and could understand something, they're already international. They're already there. While ours, they must study 4 years, and then there's an issue, and then there's gatekeeping, and then there's all of those things. They serve as tea makers in our offices. You know, they're not really doing what they went to school to do. We must also review that. Universities, you must see how you train your people and create a direct pipeline to government. And even in our traditional offices. You know, people here in Moses Cotton see Chinese people more than me. I'm sure many of you. They interact with them every day, even now. When I'm done here, I'm going to site there. I'm going to meet a Chinese person who wants to buy a mineral from home. And because of economic issues, you have to settle for that. But when I look at it, we are losing. Ke a leboha.
Any one of our thanks, Jose. Any one of our guests who want to make a comment, ask a question, make a contribution, Honorable Speaker?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson and Mangamu Relebukile. No. Firstly, let me bring to the attention of honorable members that we've got public hearing on the budget of the MEC, so that's why members are not here. But Chairperson, you are correct on the issue that you have. You know, it's painful. Sometimes we cry, some of us in the Northwest. That and every time when I talk in the NCOP, I tell them that Northwest is one of the rich provinces yet very poor. And the reason being, and as members of parliament, I know you are a committee of international relations. But the Committee on Minerals, for me, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Honorable members, what you don't know, these officials at DMR, they leave DMR and give themselves licenses and come and mine here. And it's a problem because it's difficult to say once a person is out and is in business, how do you say no, you can't do business? But also what is painful is that these traditional leaders, these minerals are in their village. What Jose is talking about, Chaplain, is Vetranki. I'm sending a portfolio committee there to Vetranki to have a clear picture of really what is happening. But traditional leaders are saying to me, Speaker, look, we don't know you government, what is it that you want from us? The manner in which you are treating us is very bad. The trucks is talking about, if you can go to Lidach now, there are trucks at the corner there from Vetranki on the chrome. And Northwest have got a large deposit of chrome. Jose Leroux, one of the richest king in this continent, if not. He calls me, he summoned me, and for 3 hours, questioned me about a lot of things, and I tried to explain. He says, I can hear you, Speaker, but I applied for mineral rights. Chairman, you remember most smelters, most Poromon, Mobosuku, via Royal Marang, go to Lechat, there is a large deposit on them. And you know, Leroux is an international person, he told the world. He says to me, we've applied for those mineral rights. While we are waiting for response, we see a man coming, say to me, I have a license to mine this chrome. But what is still waiting for response from mineral? So I'm not sure how you relate as portfolio, but I said to him, it's never done. Our constitution recognizes Mahos. But when we do something else. Coming back to the subject of the day, Chair, you are correct. We suffered as the country during the Russia-Ukraine war. Because he's right, I was still the MEC of culture. It's tough on a number of things. Your fertilizers and other things that we used to access from Ukraine. And sometimes our people don't understand how this thing works. Somebody was asking yesterday, President Trump is undermining us as a country. How can he send somebody to come and be ambassador when he has just chased away our ambassador? And we had to explain, diplomatic relations with US are not broken and we cannot afford to break them. But bottom line is that there is a break down between our ambassador and the country. And the country have got the right to do anything with anybody in their country. And this person says to me, Chairperson, but the US ambassador was on the rampage and undermining us as a country, but we did nothing as the country. I said to the person, you are right. But sometimes you look at a bigger picture. That when I killed this one, what happened? You get my point? You need to look at a number of factors on the impact. One of the things I said to the committees in the legislature is that I'm no longer going to allow members of the committees just to willy-nilly go overseas. What are you going to do there? You must tell me that when you want to undergo this trip, what impact does that trip bring to the Northwest as a province? When you come back, you must be able to say, as oversight, and we took a decision that will allow the Premier to pronounce. And after the Premier have pronounced, then the committee will then go and say, we are meeting with this country where the Premier have made an agreement with the country to say, we want to understand, how are you doing these things here? As this thing come to the province, how are we going to manage oversight over that? Unlike members of committees are going overseas, what are you going to do there? What is it that you're bringing back home? Also, one of the things, I'll be meeting the Speaker of Gauteng tomorrow. I want to engage here on what they are doing in terms, we talked of embassies. They're doing a good things with embassies. Is it because of the proximity? I said to them, proximity to me is not a problem. To say, how do you relate with them as a legislature? Just recently, some embassy like your Venezuela, a number of them, they assisted with some of the project in Gauteng, exactly what you've been saying. Now, it doesn't bar us as the legislature also to get into that relation and go back to the people. The other thing that you raised, Chair, is the issue of when you go to public hearing. I said to them, our public hearing don't have meaning. You go on a public hearing on a bill. This boy is there. Bill on education, this boy is there. You go on a public hearing, bill on health, this boy is there. Actually, this boy is a jack of all trades. You need to target that sector. I said to them, we are a mining province. We need to have sectoral parliament on mining. These mining houses, come and tell us as the legislature. You go to Mlema, Ditsobotla is all over the news. That municipality have got a huge potential. You've got 3 miles of cement there. And I said to the mayor, Chairperson, the new mayor that came in last week, Chief, look, there are 3 things. Call these mining houses in your area. No DMR will come and tell you can't talk to the mine. They are mining in your area. That I don't want your money. But there are 3 things that I want from you. If you can do roads, electricity, and water, I'm fine. When you go to this Obotla, agriculturally is very rich. But it's the municipality that is tainted with everything. So when you do oversight, you must target the audience that is relevant there. Imagine we go on a bill of health. Because people are not working, they come for lunch. And do you have an impact on that bill? There is no impact. I said to them, if it means that the public hearing can be done even at night to accommodate the specific people of the sector, so be it. So we ended up being in a tradition of saying we are under pressure, NCOP want the bill to come back, mandate. No. I said that's not going to happen with me. And I said in the Speakers Forum that the mandate you bring to us, make sure you don't put us under pressure. Bring it back on, because it must make an impact. So if we don't make an impact, the oversight is as well as useless. So for me, Chairperson, if as chairpersons of committees, because you are interlinked, your international relations, you can't leave out your economic development, you can't leave out your tourism, you can't leave a number of sectors, because you are an umbrella globally for all of this committee. So for me, what you have started, for me, is a good thing, and knowing you, by the way, he was my premier at some stage. And I learned a lot that you must have a thick skin. You know, there were times where he gave up, right, this boy, I can't do anything about you anymore. I know, I've tried, but I can see you know what you're doing. But you tend to understand and learn a number of things on how to change the faith. Because whether we like it, it doesn't matter which political party you come from. But our communities, they don't care about us. They care if we really care about their welfare as a community. And sometimes I say to them, don't come and tell me that Western Cape is doing well, Gauteng is doing well. No. Get deeper into what is happening inside. You'll find a few elite that are doing very well, and you think everything is good. But if you go deeper, you realize there are a lot of problems that are happening. You touch the issue of education. For how long are we going to talk about curriculum of our learners? It must be, you know, we complain of foreigners coming into the country. You know why? Because we don't have a lot of skills. A lot of countries, they focus on skills. Go to the university, and if you don't go to the university or to a college, you are not educated. Why can't, I'm happy of the issue of the TVET, but we haven't arrived as yet with TVET, because TVET were established to concentrate mostly on skills, and the skills that we can sell. If we compete with us, we are able to say to them, when it comes to this skill, South Africa, you can't do anything. We have surplus of skills. So these are some of the things. I think you have started something new, something that is never done, but something that will change the mindset of how people think about all of us. Thank you very much.
Contribute. Okay, overdue. Unfortunately, when we were doing introductions, you are not here, so
yes,
you are welcome. If you can just introduce yourself and the sector where you come from, it will be useful. Agreano Moke Parliament.
Okay.
Yeah, so those are the formalities. Sure.
My name is Rakomu Musaka. I'm here as a representation from Kosatu Local Madibeng Municipality. I'm the deputy chairperson, but in the absence of the chairperson at the moment, I'm there. I'm concerned and much aggrieved. The things that I see that is happening in our local municipality. On the 20th of this month, there was a young people who have put the memorandum and sent it to the municipality last week. So I'm asking myself, because of North culture is rich on mining and is rich on industrialization. So I'm asking myself, why market level young people can grow with the knowledge of what is available in their vicinity, so that they can be able to exploit and be productive with the skills that they have acquired from the schools. Because if a child has to learn about mining, they have to complete the grade 12 first and then go to university and study those skills. But you look at, I watched the young people in China. At a very young age, they teach them about how to develop a computer, how to unpack the computer and fold it again and assemble it again. So, and our children are being taught in the education system about labeling a low caste. And how is that child going to implement that in their lives? How are they going going to transform the environment? How are they going to do anything in these children are studying, hanging out the streets every day, nothing being done. So I think maybe if we can bring the skills, the skills that we need in this interest, then can be brought into the schools system, whereby these children can grow, because some of them even they don't even know about the minerals that Coach was talking about. So, but they are sitting and walking on top of the land that is rich underground. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Penyo Leti. I'm also from COSATU. I'm the secretary of Madibeng LBO. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll start again. Honourable Chairman and everybody else, honourable members of Parliament and colleagues. I'm very privileged to speak on behalf of Northwest University, and I could say from the university's viewpoint that internationalization is really important, but also bringing it down to the ground for economic empowerment is a really great idea. As such, I've noted quite a lot of the comments and especially the chairperson's introduction to this, and examples of it really important to take note of. I have this in my own personal capacity. Really, when somebody sent me a WhatsApp from yesterday that the US has just announced the SDGs and climate change funding away, and I said, yes, but that's logical. President Trump wants to draw. If he's part of that fund, he won't be able to do so, because these are counterparts of each other. They're against one another, and he doesn't have an alternative to leave that funding and step down from the SDGs. But the opportunity for Africa and South Africa is position ourselves for the person that comes after President Trump to buy carbon credits from South Africa. And that's where the skills development comes in from our university. How do we train students that are empowered to play a role in the green economy? Those are the kind of things we need to think of as universities and how we plan. And in that, I think the Northwest University has positioned itself quite well in terms of that we have a science week that our VC has on an annual basis in September in the province. We are really trying to stimulate the interest in STEM. We've got our science center involved in teaching our local communities about robotics. We also make robotics kits available to smaller community partners through our science shop. And in that space, we then train them to build their own robots. There's a 3D printing lab in engineering that is also working in our communities, helping them to think about what they can do and how can they apply 3D printing in order to develop themselves locally. Broader, speaking to minerals and mining, obviously you would be aware of the fact that the university is going to expand its engineering faculty to the Rustenburg area in order to have a mining faculty there. Also in that space we are focusing, and you would be aware that we are going to expand our, rolling out a medical school in 2028, and we're going to work with the Matlasana Hospital in Matlasana as our training hospital, because it is the closest and the strongest provincial hospital at the moment for us to do so. Not because we want to make a privileged decision there. It was a financial decision that's why we came to that conclusion. Speaking about the Ngunis and the local breeds, one of the things that we also envisage doing is a veterinary science school at our Madibeng campus, because we've got a very strong animal health offering already in the Faculty of Natural and Agricultural Sciences. As part of that, Honourable Speaker, you may know that some of our members in the province that have been working on the Nguni project with the Madibeng campus animal health team has actually the whole Nguni project to run it in agriculture on behalf of province, in order to make sure that it reaches more people in our communities and that it becomes even more equitable. Because in the past there has been challenges in administrating that project. Then I also think that there's some new into this application. Learners will then be able to take it home, work with an AI assistant with purpose. They will get that AI will lead to the correct answer. They will say you're wrong, this is the. It will actually help teachers to also teach better, specifically in physics, maths, caps that are availed to us through the province. I'm doing a presentation on that tomorrow. So I think there's a lot of innovations happening at the university. A lot of grassroots and privileged middle class people. Also, beyond that, we are specifically interested in the resilience in our communities and their indigenous knowledge. And for that, we have a research group that does a lot of work on indigenous knowledge system. We have a strong group that works on language development, Sadilar, and they are doing great work in developing dictionaries and also, obviously, electronic dictionaries, as well as AI-connected information, in order to be able to translate any language. Because if we look at that application that I've just mentioned, Luma Learn, can speak and record their questions on that app. And then the AI assistant will answer in their own language. However, our dialects and South African accents are not necessarily well recognized by AI. And working with Sadilat and working with a group that is international diplomacy comes in, this group apparently developed ChatGPT in earlier years, and they are now interested in data on the way people pronounce words in English when they ask questions, so that they can then improve on the quality of service provided by ChatGPT. And this is regardless of what President Trump is doing, because we need to empower our people. And I think those are the kind of interesting examples that I can give you from my viewpoint. I'm not speaking totally on behalf of the VC, who's got his fingertips on everything at the university, but I do know also that in terms of local economic empowerment, especially governance, our School of Governance works very closely, and we place our students for work integrated learning in local municipalities as well from my Kent side. And I think that is where we are also making a contribution in allowing our graduates not only to have experiential learning, but also making a contribution from the subject matter that they are learning at university, bringing that back to renew the curriculum and make it more relevant to what, so that lecturers can renew the curriculum and learn from what the students are saying from the experiential learning. So I think there's a lot of new things happening in the university sector, and I would say, in my personal viewpoint, Northwest University is trying its level best to stay aligned with the strategy of government and to ensure that we empower our people on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the inputs. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Placed in port. Unfortunately, we had to scrap that module out. And this is universities focus very much more on work integrated learning. It's more about our students' passion within the works. But it's very difficult, as you can see, to really work with government departments to just find a way in some cases of placing those students. There are usually not that many. So I think it should be the task of this committee to really keep the DG and the administrators. I can go and check and give all the details, because it's something we report on a very, very regular basis. And it's sad when we have to go to report in our teaching and learning committees that we no longer have that module. In fact, it's a very regular reporting question in the faculties that where are your work integrated learning programs? And the major reason was that it just did not work out, and it was a Mafikeng program. So we have a very good relations with PSETA. So PSETA gave us for the financial year 2024-2025, they gave us around 9 million rand. And the intention was to offer interns and bursaries for our students. So last week, PSETA was visiting those learners. So I participated. They were visiting, I think, for 3 or 4 days. I could only be part of that for 1 day. just to see those learners that have graduated were in their workspaces. So we would interview the learner, we would interview their line manager or any other manager that would be around, you know, with regard to their experiences, and just make sure that they don't move around and do, you know, do T's or photocopies, but that they get very real experiences. This week, or maybe last week Friday, I got a message that our director for internationalization, he is located in the VC's office, actually spoke, made a presentation to all the SETAs. But I'm not sure if we have a SETA that talks to international relations, because that can, if we find a way of working with one another, can actually serve a very meaningful purpose of making sure that we partner with departments, with universities, and place their learners. But my specialization is public administration, so I also study, you know, government and local government and municipalities. And my understanding on the notion of international relations is that, and I think it stems from what Kosi was saying earlier, is that for us to go outside the country and talk to anyone else, we must have something in our hands. And we often don't. Every minister, every politician, every DG will have a completely different response to a question that would normally, you know, be a very easy question to answer. And that tells us that, and it's even becoming more complex with the coalition government, that when we listen into statements from cabinets, you find this one is saying this, that one is saying that. And we are members of the public. We are looking for representation in parliament to say, where do we stand as a country on these international issues, and what is South Africa's positioning? So that we are not confused on what is it that we are taking outside. My worry, my biggest worry is sometimes we focus much more on what other countries, what other presidents, what other people are saying about us, but we don't focus on our own selves and our own people. I get very frustrated as an academic, as a scholar to drive, and I have so many potholes, but then I'm told that there are problems in DRC. When I drive, I am in a pothole with cars on the roadside stuck, and you say, balance me here. Whose interest are we serving? So before I can go and do business in the DRC, did I patch my hole, my pothole? It's a very basic, I mean, I get very frustrated. This is now normalized that we have problems of the collapse of local government. It's like normal. I don't see an outrage element that we cannot go and sell South Africa when our own people cannot travel their country at night with freedom. And I was in Russia, I came back 2 days ago. You can walk at any time and go wherever you want. They don't even hear you. We can't. And these are the people that we want to be friends with, we want to compete with at global scale, and actually so that we are punching above our weight, but I think even this committee must engage these local stakeholders and say to Ditsogo, and I agree with my speaker there, we're working very well with them as a school. But we must tell the mayor there, Mayor, how do you feel when you drive here and there are potholes? We engage, we are in JB Max, and I mean, we've got, you can imagine, it's a university, so we've got people from everywhere. We were hosting, last year we were hosting a delegation from the African Association of Public Administration. So they were partnering with an institution in Singapore and training
managers, senior managers in the public service. So I forgot to book a driver. Here I am driving these delegates around Potchefstroom and taking them. And I'm embarrassed because there are just too many potholes. And our VC, our senior management have tried their best to engage with the municipality and say, can we find a way of closing potholes? So I really think that there's a huge silo function between government and the education sector, especially the university. And so I think we have a leverage, maybe through this committee, to say, we have your interest abroad, but tell us also what you are doing here as a government, because they do have budgets. Yeah. So the last part here is that we are trying our best. We have a project that we are also doing with the Human Rights Commission office here in Northwest. We are trying to just develop a generic leadership program for everyone, for management, for in government, for management in traditional leadership, for any, in political parties, so that somebody understands that their role as a leader is first to love their country and understand. If Khosi is talking about minerals there, but I'm a political party leader or I'm a trade unionist, I don't know. What am I leading? So that part of the problem is that many of our citizens don't know what they should know about them. And so we want these kind of partnerships with civil society, with government, to work out some of the projects and programs. And of course, we can always scale up. We can always find other means to support one another. The last, I feel that these issues of international relations are, they are in my school. They are critically important. And I feel we don't really engage them at the level that we should. And maybe we need to have, even if it's an informal relationship, chairperson, with your committee, twice a month, let's have a debate about an issue. Let's bring in experts. Let's bring Khosi. Because if we're going to talk about this in these closed doors, it ends here. We have facilities at the university. We can discuss the issues Khosi was talking about. We can put that on the media. We can have one of the committee members just to say, look, this is what the committee is trying to do. This is what is pressing us. I think in that way, it will be making sure that we as a university play our role, but that the key stakeholders like Khosi, like local municipality, the committee is able to say, look, there are challenges and we are trying this out, we are doing that, so that we find ways of informing. In some cases, when we do this, you will find even embassies coming to ask us for the recordings because they find this as a valuable information. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for those comments. Honorable members, we should be done by 1. It's now 22. So what we will do is we will ask members to try and respond to the issues raised, because that's our responsibility, and then clarify some of the issues that have been raised. If members want to make some brief comments, they can make them, so we don't have to raise hands. I will start here with Honorable Douglas. We will end with Honorable Mhlongo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me start by saying thank you to everybody that participated and came and gave time to share with us your hurt and your pain, because that's what I heard. I didn't just hear challenges and political issues. What I heard was the pain of our people. And it is a real pain because we've had 30 years to deal with these issues, and we have made things worse for our people instead of making things better. And yes, we're in that situation not just because of a lack of governance or political issues. We need to look at the fundamentals of how our country's economy and our land issues are structured. If we look at the structure of the ownership of the economy, that's where it starts. It starts with who owns the land. It starts with the role of traditional leaders. It starts with the role of the people who live on the land and have lived on the land for centuries. We have all the tribes, including the Khoi and the San people, that have been here for thousands of years. And yet none of us play a role within our economy. None of us have control over the mineral rights under our feet. So I think that there's a discussion that we're having here today that is very significant. The significance of this is that we now need to look at a people-centered approach. And having a people-centered approach means that we will deal with the real issues on the ground. We all see those trucks standing for kilometers. We all see that more than 70% of the world's PMGs come from this area. And yet we do not beneficiate it, yet we do not have smelters, yet we do not own the value chains, and yet our people suffer. Our people don't have jobs. Our people don't get the opportunity to be entrepreneurs and to be service providers to those very mines. And that's the challenge. We have people sitting outside the gates that have knowledge, that have skills, that have been working in these areas, even as these monopoly capital people from outside of our country have come and brought their perspective and their needs of their countries and said, okay, you have the raw materials, we'll take that, thank you, and we'll enrich a few people. We're not going to help the community, and that's where we've gone wrong. We must put the community first. We must put the traditional leaders first. We must put the needs of Africans first. And I think that's what international relations really has to be focused on if we are going to make a difference. And I think by creating the mechanisms like the forums on the ground and having a process, Mr. Chair, that has been identified through the work that we're doing of going forward and saying, okay, we have MPs that will come to the people, we have presentations that will happen, there will be seminars, there will be workshops, there will be ways that we can then sit down with Parliament and its structure, its empowerment, and say what legislative changes do we need to make, what things do we need to do in terms of dealing with the land, dealing with the issues that was raised by the community leaders that are here. You know, when I look at the issues like the DMR is a big problem to us. And the challenge is we are in international relations, but it doesn't help us coming to you and saying we have a trade deal that we've done in G20, we've done a trade deal that we've done in the BRICS environment. There's this bilateral, there's that bilateral. We just went to China last year, and when we spoke to the Chinese, these issues weren't issues that was discussed, and should be issues that we discuss, that we raise in China. Because when we were there, it were all nice, hunky-dory, kumbaya, we hold our hands. We've got great strategic new relationships that we've just signed between the two presidents. What does that mean for black people in South Africa? What does that mean for entrepreneurs in South Africa? If you look at who owns AGOA, and we've had this discussion, if you look at who owns the markets and the import and export companies here, it's not us as black people. It's not us as colored or Khoisan or Indian people. It's white South Africans that still own the import and export businesses, that still own the mines, that still own everything that is the levers of the economic struggle of our people. And if we're going to bring change, it has to start there. When you look at the bilateral agreement between China and South Africa that has now 100 products that's been zero rated, for instance, that are an opportunity for black entrepreneurs to say, let's manufacture local goods and let's send it out completed to these markets. But it's not our people that get that opportunity. It's still white-owned companies, white-owned monopolies to this day. So the very structure of our economy and who benefits from it has to be changed. And we have to change it at a legislative point of view. We have to change it at Parliament, and we have to change it together collectively as a people. So from MK's point of view, Mr. Chair, I think when we look at our minerals and our minerals beneficiation, we look at international relations, we look at these structures like G20. G20, we are now the chair of G20, but that's just become a symbolic chairpersonship. We basically become a chair that doesn't say that, okay, we're going to use that chairmanship to pass laws or to pass certain agreements amongst the G20 nations that's going to deal with issues of beneficiation, that's going to deal with issues of national sovereignty and of resource sovereignty for South Africa. We do not have resource sovereignty as South Africans. And this is the challenge. This is how we are not being able to feed our people. How can we feed our people, clothe our people, give our people jobs if we don't have control of our resources and people are shipping it up overseas in its raw form? So, Mr. Chair, I think we must take accountability as politicians. We must take accountability as government for what has happened to our people for the last 30 years. Our people are oppressed. Our people are downtrodden by our own government. We can't blame China for doing what's happening here. We can't blame America for what they've been doing, Europe, what they've been doing for the last 400 years. We blame ourselves. It is our people that have the power. It is black people that have the votes. It is us that control the government here. So why are we in this situation? We can't blame this on the people out there for coming and doing what we allow them to do. You see, because we've been bought, many other politicians. Many politicians are bought. That's why our people are in this situation. We need righteous people, righteous leaders, godly leaders, people that won't take bribes, people that won't take money, people that won't put themselves ahead of the people. And I think that's where the process of this consultation comes in, where we'll be able to say, okay, let's look at traditional leaders. Let's look at different sectors. How do they have solutions for the problems that we are facing? Because to go to Parliament and to sit there and we have some of the, it's useless having the best minds in the Parliament if you're not speaking to the traditional leaders on the ground, if you're not speaking to the communities, if you're not hearing their perspective on their economic participation in international relations. So, Mr. Chair, just from MK's side, I think we have to look at how this country is run, how our laws are passed, who owns the land. Expropriation of land without compensation has to happen so that we can take the minerals and give it to the people and its rightful owners so they can take themselves out of poverty. We don't need other people to take us out of poverty. We can do it. We can do it. We have enough knowledge, we have enough skills, we have people that know what to do, but our hands are tied by our own legislation. Our hands are tied by our own government. So, Mr. Chair, I just want to leave it there.
We now have 14 minutes to go. Can I take you, Madam Makubela, that you are covered?
I'm largely covered, and I mean it with sincerity.
Okay,
yes, thank you so much, Chairperson. I'll just be a minute or two. I can't possibly add to what my colleague has said. He has said it a mouthful, and he has quazzed it very well. Chairperson, thank you for bringing the speaker. I don't see her anymore, but also let me acknowledge the Hosi. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence and the academia, the delegates from the Northwest. I think I'm just this initiative of the People's-Led approach because it's so refreshing to understand IR from the people's perspective, not from documents and diplomacy and, you know, what ministers and ambassadors are doing, practical and so tangible. It really gives a challenge, Chairperson, to when we live here, like my colleague was saying, how are we going to influence the minister and those that are doing these bilateral trades to really take into account the practical things that are affecting us on the ground, to take into account how we involve academia to build the skills of trades that we have signed so that we are able to leverage on these opportunities. One of the things that I find that you have said, I know it's not really IR related, but Chairperson, and I really would like us to have a look at it. Practitioners, they are truly raping the country in many sectors. They are unregulated, they law unto themselves. It's not only your money that has been under BP for 15 years and you don't know what is happening. There is no law unless you go to court to stop them. We are facing the same issue with SAPO. There's nothing we can do. They can demand what they want and they can collapse it if they please. Optimum Mine was the same thing. We've had many institutions, and who suffers? SMMEs, black businesses and employees. So I would really like us to see how we package this thing and find a way to rescue our rights, our resources, our state-owned entities from this of BRPs, because it has become so fashionable that anything that we should be applying our minds as politicians, academia, professionals to fix. We quickly send it to BRPs and it never comes back. And that is key. And my last point was, again, in commending you for this work. Let's not allow IR to be felt on the ground, to be known by people only by crisis, because I think that's how an ordinary man learns about IR. When there's a war in DRC, people die, we respond, and then we to talk about what it's to be part of peace missions and what it means to be part of the AU and other things that we're involved in. When there's a war in Ukraine and Russia, that's when we want to tell people what is the impact that they are feeling, what does that mean. When Israel and Palestine are fighting, that's when we engage positive initiative that must, in a positive way, drill down. And I don't know how we're going to reach the whole of South Africa. I'm really, I'm grateful for what you're doing and the committee, and let's continue on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sali.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and I want to thank the leaders and stakeholders. I'm sitting here, I was in the Northwest in February. I saw the part you're talking about. I was here with the art and culture sector, and I saw the infrastructure, pathetic infrastructure that is currently existing, the decay that has been left behind. Northwest, a rich province. A province rich in agriculture, rich in mining, and so much more, and yet our people are in poverty. This is not acceptable. Our government, our previous government has failed us, has left to the 7th Parliament to make a change, and I'm grateful to be with this particular portfolio and with Honourable Chair, who has, he has so in detail noted the reason, the vision, the mission, and the aim of this public participation via people-centered oversight mechanism. It is 30 years overdue. That is our reality. As we're sitting here, we have municipalities, we have stakeholders, we have the universities, we have this gentleman, Horsey, behind me, which I think he's just amazing. But these are the stakeholders that we need to go down to the grassroots and educate our people with regard to international trade, what has the benefits has been withheld from them. There's been major gatekeeping with regard to international relations, with regard to trade, and that is why our people has not benefited. Our people has not been educated. We assume as we sit here, people understands all the jargon, and Honourable Chair has noted about information with regard to BRICS, G20, etc. Our people don't have an understanding about it, and that is why it continues to be withheld by an elite section. It is shocking to sit here and note that trade is happening and our people are not being, in our Arabic language, it's said the word haq, they're not being given their due. That is a very sad reality as we are sitting here. The other thing that this mechanism is going to expose, it's going to expose fraud and corruption. We are aware of fraud and corruption, but the depth of the fraud and corruption that is happening, even in the mining sector, will now be exposed through the public participation on a grassroots level. The aims as well is to educate all our people to the importance of international relations and cooperation and the impact and benefit it has on their lives. It also provides an understanding of the geopolitical world, which we cannot ignore because it affects all of us. It does not just affect those that are elite, academia, etc. It affects our people on the grassroots. Whatever happens in Palestine, Israel, Russia, Ukraine, impacts on all of us. And it was noted here today as well, exactly how it has impacted on the mining sector. So once again, I'm not going to labor too much because many of the aspects that I intended to cover has been covered, and I'm looking forward to the people's mechanism for it to grow throughout the 9th province, and that our people ultimately are the most marginalized benefit through trade and international relations, through studies,
through the bursaries that is available, through skills that is available to them. It should not be gatekept. It is meant for all South Africans. I thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Sally. Honorable Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll be as brief as possible. I just want to thank the members of the community, certainly the members of the academic community and local government, provincial government who've come to allow us to solicit their views on foreign policy. It's a very important exercise, and I'm very grateful that we've been able to take these views on as part of our committee. Chair, I think it's very important just to recenter the conversation, because I think the point of what we're doing here is to find out the links between local governments, the issues affecting ordinary citizens on the ground, and how we can champion those, I think, at a national level through foreign policy, which is very centered and centralized at national government level. But, Chair, in doing so, I think it is crucial that we engage in these conversations in a means that is pragmatic and truthful, without, getting stuck in the weeds of personal experience or kind of personal ideology. And I just want to reference AGOA just to start. There seems to be a narrative that AGOA is only beneficial to a particular racial group in South Africa. And I think we need to look at the stats and at what is actually reflected in terms of South Africa's access. I mean, since its promulgation in the year 2000, South Africa has had preferential access, and I say that very carefully, not ordinary access, preferential access to the United States market in terms of our exports, mainly in the automotive and agricultural sectors. Now, this has created 350,000 direct jobs. That's not factoring in indirect jobs, and even COSATU has estimated that at 100,000 jobs more. Now, this benefits factories that employs predominantly black South Africans, building BMWs that get exported to the United States of America, sending agricultural exports to the United States of America. And I think we need to be careful not to be disingenuous in the way that we look at AGOA, because it is a vital contributor to the South African economy. And I'm going to take an example from my own province, the Western Cape. We recently have prided ourselves in one of South Africa's very first black-owned wine farms and black winemakers, which is a phenomenal success if you look at an industry that is predominantly white-owned. And I think the Western Cape government is very proud of that. The only reason that black-owned winemaker is able to sell her wine is because of the market access to the United States through AGOA. So there are many stories, around AGOA and how it benefits South Africans, and I think we must just be careful how we look at or how we try to over-racialize, I think, the demographics around beneficiaries from the AGOA, certainly those trade agreements. Chair, just to come back to the Northwest, we're in the Northwest municipality, and there seems to be a tendency to want to blame failures in the Northwest municipality on what's happening internationally. Now, the role of South African diplomats, and certainly DIRCO as a department, is to be the face of South Africa to the international community, and more importantly, to sell South Africa as an investment destination. And the next question is, well, what is the sales pitch? What do we have to sell to the world? And if we're looking at the Northwest province, well, we speak about the inability of this province to capitalize on mining, but if we have a failed policy domestically to actually provide enough electricity to the mines to function, we have very little to sell internationally. Stats South Africa reported in 2023 that mining output slowed by 2.6% because of load shedding. So I'm going to agree with the Honourable Member from the MK. Yes, we need to blame ourselves when it comes to our inability to sell South Africa as an investment destination, if this is what we are experiencing in certain provinces. The SABC reported last year that Northwest municipalities owe Eskom more than 7 billion rand in debt. So you've got mines in the Northwest that can't operate because of failed domestic policy in terms of electricity generation. You've got municipalities that are so dysfunctional that they don't pay their municipal debt. Added to that, you've got, in 2021, the town of Lichtenburg risked losing the clover factory because of bad roads. To go back to what the head of the governance, it's the head of the governance department, I think, at Northwest University. Now, these are practical, tangible examples of local and provincial government failure that make it impossible for South Africa to sell our country as an investment destination abroad. So, yes, we must take some responsibility locally, but we must actually be honest and pragmatic about where the faults lie in South Africa. You don't sell an investment destination like South Africa on a whim. You don't sell it by the promise of good governance. You sell it by demonstrating good governance, and you sell it with legislative certainty. No one will invest in South Africa if there's no security of tenure of property and land. So yes, the Expropriation Act is vital for economic redress, and it is a crucial component to ensure that there is a form of reparation for black South Africans, absolutely. But if the legislation is not sound, and if it does not balance redress with the crucial tenets of property ownership and property rights, we will never have investments in places like the Northwest, and we must get that right first and foremost. Chair, I just wanted to make points because I think it's important to just again center the conversation to the facts, to what is crucial for international investors when they look at South Africa as an investment destination, and certainly the Northwest, and how we are going to look at connecting the success of local and provincial government and service delivery with what we want to portray to the rest of the world in growing our country, certainly growing our country and our economy and creating more jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. No. Let's go ahead.
Oh, no. Continue through it. We'll come back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to all the presenters, and thank you for your presentations. I want to focus on what I think could be part of the solution moving forward. I think a lot of bilaterals that have made on behalf of our country, the focus was not on benefiting South Africa. And there are countries that are benefiting more from the bilaterals than us as a country. And we need to review all the bilaterals and ask ourselves the question, how are they benefiting South Africa? Because charity begins at home. Before we want to help others, we need to help ourselves. And we also need to look at the contracts that have been made with mining companies. I think we have been cheated. We have been undermined. The percentages we are getting in some of these contracts are not favorable to our country. And I think we need to make time to collect them, to find a way of putting our hands on them and going through them and making proposals. And then thirdly, I was surprised and shocked to hear that the Kgosi Leruo of Northwest has applied for mineral rights. Somebody just comes and says they have a license. How does a person who's leading a province with land that has most of these minerals wait for don't know for how long to get mineral rights, and somebody comes from nowhere and grab a mineral right? I don't think it is fair. People on whose land there are minerals need to be, I think, treated with some respect, because I think this definitely was a disrespect. Okay? So it is wrong, and I think we need to revisit this and find out how can a king that has that is over a land that has all these mineral rights wait for years to get the right to mine, and somebody just come from nowhere? Why? Because they are politically connected. So we need to look into this. And then again, I'm asking that Chairperson, let's look at the composition of the mining companies. Okay, some of these companies are the ones that are giving mineral rights. Okay, how representative are they? Because traditionally, where these mines are, cannot just be overlooked, to be brought on board, that when the local people apply for mining rights, that they will also be favored and be given an opportunity. And then the issue of, lastly, the issue of social projects. We are told that all these mining companies must have social projects in the communities so that those communities can be developed. We talk about roads. Okay, we heard about the problem of potholes. It's embarrassing. I agree, it is embarrassing. We bring relatives from wherever or friends from overseas, and they want to know your background. Where does your mother come from? Your father come? My mother comes from Luka. Okay, to go there you have to go through potholes. And you ask yourself a question, until when are we going to have these potholes? And you have mines all around. What are they doing about all these potholes? So the issue of electricity and water, it was said also, and I think mining companies must take responsibility. And if we as a government does not insist on them having a contribution and monitoring, look at whether they are contributing towards the social upliftment of our communities, we're going to continue the next 50 years going on with the problem we are having. But lastly, Chairperson, I think the fourth arm of government that you have been talking about, that's a brilliant idea. And we want to urge you to try and make sure that it happens in the shortest possible. Just our kings can have a voice in how to run this country. Thank you.
Honorable Muela.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Ke tamiše batho ka moka ke thome ka ba ka mafateng a malona go šišole ebile le mongwaledi wa condoleezza wa baswa. Ke tamiše speakera sa legislature the Northwest, and also the secretary of the legislature, the academics from the University of Northwest, Labour Federation representative from COSATU, and everyone and all the sectors who are present here, and all protocol is observed. I think I will start by aligning myself with the topic of the day, which is the issue of us taking the centered oversight mechanism, which we are aiming at closing the gap from the ground in relation to foreign policy matters or in relation to international relations matters. I think most of the speakers who spoke here, they are welcoming the proposed mechanism that the portfolio committee is coming with, which is aiming at going down to the grassroots where our people are living in international relations every the bilateral treaties that we are having with these countries, but doing that, having clear understanding from our people, being them saying that we are not affected, we are not benefiting from these things. How can we put our hands so that our people benefit? I can speak here, Chair. In Skukune, there are many mines that are closed today. The unemployment rate there now, as we are speaking, is too much because they dig all these minerals, they leave the holes on the ground there. The people are now unemployed and they are not skilled because the only skill that we're doing is a mining skill. They are not educated, there's a problem. Now we are left with this particular problem. But if we can be able to know as to what is the simple way that ordinary people can be able to get access to this particular mining rights and so on. So I think what we need to do, we also have to liaise with other portfolio committees, like the portfolio of minerals, to see how we can resolve the matters, to also encourage them to have these particular forums from the ground roots where the people are going to raise their issues. Because as we all agree now that there is a need to get exact what are our people affected on the ground and how we can solve their problem. Ensure that our people benefit and the international relation matters which affect them every day. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to yourself and to the Speaker of the Legislature, Dr. Mahuno, Jose, Shole, representatives from the Northwest University and our trade unions, Satunehao. Good morning to you all. Chair, I won't dwell much, but mine is just to say that it's clear that our people need to know our foreign policy stance as a country. Most importantly, our economic diplomacy stance. It's very important that the country knows, because all the problems which have been, or inputs which have been raised, are rooted in economic diplomacy, and no, it's part and parcel of our foreign policy stance. So, moving to that, I think it's important that we develop an oversight framework on economic diplomacy, since existence not only finds expression generally, but also it finds expression in the NDP. So it affects our current and our current context and realities in many ways. So we need to ensure that our people know what economic diplomacy is, so that they can have a radical perspective and stance towards it, which will then be able to influence the path or trajectory the state take when it comes to foreign policy. So the economic diplomacy part and its radicalism their respective targets. So from a portfolio committee stance, I think we do need to have a joint sitting with our trade and industry portfolio committee and also the minerals committee to even not only introduce this mechanism, but also in terms of, because as we launch this people-centered mechanism in the different provinces and district levels, we're going to come up with these problems. So we do have to have a stance, even with those committees, to ensure that at least we move towards the same path. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings once more to yourself, colleagues, Speaker of the Legislature, the Secretary, Organized Labor, Academia. Special greetings to you, Hoshi. You said a mouthful. We really appreciate the inputs that you made here today, valuable inputs, Chair, of which I think we must go further in exploring some of the suggestions and the proposals, and perhaps adopting them as proposals of the committee from the proposals that were made by Uhoshi. It will be disservice to the people of Northwest if we don't take some of the proposals that we made here today. If we're serious about our job, we should be a parliament that listens to the people and takes the input of the people. It's very important. Let me begin here, Chair, and just firstly borrow words of Kwame Nkrumah when he said that Africa, it's nonsense when people say that Africa is poor. Africa is not poor. It is Africans who are poor. And our poverty is man-made. It was designed by imperialists who came to Africa to exploit the natural and mineral resources of Africa in order to go and build their own economies. We're not poor. Africa is not poor. It can't be that Africa is poor. We are very rich in terms of natural and mineral resources. Most of the economies of the West, they are what they are because of the natural and mineral resources of Africa. If we can cut down our supply of raw materials and our natural mineral resources to the West, their economies will collapse. Their economy is standing because of us. They build their economies at the back of our on our backs. So it cannot be, Chair, that there's some suggestion that seeks to say that we need to back America. I beg to differ. We must tell Donald Trump to go to the nearest hell if he likes. He must just go to hell. It can't be that, you know, when you're dealing with a lunatic like Trump, you don't need to be diplomatic because it's not diplomatic. You need to be raw. Tell it like it is. I'll give you an example, Chair. The only reason Trump is not touching AGOA is because he knows the beneficiaries of AGOA. And the beneficiaries of AGOA, they look like him in color. Their hair look like his hair. That's why he's not going for AGOA. He came for PEPFAR because in the mind of Trump and in the mind of any African racist, HIV and AIDS is a disease that affects and kills only black people. That's the only reason they went for PEPFAR. They will not go for AGOA. You can scream, you can do whatever, we can insult him. He will not go for AGOA. Chair, I'm proposing to this committee, in the next financial year, 2025-2026, let's have a committee meeting day where we get presentations from trade and industry and DERCO on this AGOA agreement. They come and present this AGOA agreement and present to us the benefits of South Africa vis-a-vis the benefits of America. And they present to us the list of companies that are benefiting from AGOA. We want to know who's owning those companies, ownership. And we must get the demographics of those ownership. It can't be that a company is called Kopanong and we assume it's black owned. It's very dangerous, that assumption. We must get Trade and Industry to come here and present who is owning these companies that are directly benefiting from AGOA. You will be shocked. It cannot be. I refuse to agree that when we trade in agricultural products, there's a black person who benefits. Who wants a premier of Northwest? You know the life of our people of farm workers. It leaves little to be desired. They don't get paid a salary. They don't even have a contract, a contract. They get to be employed by word of mouth on a daily basis. Their names can be written down in a two-choir book. That is, Mobile Mhlongo, you are here, they write you down. They don't even get paid the minimum wage. They get abused. In the farms in the Western Cape, where they are making wine, people get paid with wine instead of a salary. It's a fact. So it can't be that we think that there's black people who are beneficiaries of AGOA. If we're beneficiaries of AGOA, Trump would have gone for it first. He won't go for it because his friends are benefiting from AGOA. Chair, I think we'll also need to propose that we must have oversight and public consultation hand in hand with DMR and go to these mining communities and get to hear how these mining communities interact with the multinational companies that are operating in their villages. But also, Chair, I think we must perhaps maybe through a motion or some sort in Parliament propose that anyone who wants to come and mine in South Africa, they must do it on our terms. There must be local beneficiation. Our natural resources must never leave South Africa as raw materials to go and create jobs for other people that we don't know. And we are told that South Africans are lazy, they don't want to work. We want to work, but there are no jobs. There won't be jobs as long as we don't have industries. The only time you can create jobs is when we've got industries. And how do we build new industries and build new cities? The mining communities, that's where we need to build new industries of processing our mineral resources that we're mining there. They must be processed there in those communities. It cannot be that, Chair, when you go and buy jewelry, you are buying jewelry at American Swiss. That jewelry is processed in America, but in America there's no gold, there's no mine. They come and mine here through Anglo-American. They come and mine in Northwest, take the gold, take it to America, create jewelry, a ring. I see those ones who are married, even Ho, she's wearing a ring. If you ask him, he bought it from American Swiss. What a contradiction. Now, American Swiss is an American company. They get the gold and the diamond from where? From Africa. Through Anglo-American and the other companies that are mining here in South Africa. Then they take the raw gold, go and create a job in America and leave us here jobless. Our mineral resources must leave South Africa as finished products. That's the only way we can create industries. That's the only way we can curb unemployment in South Africa. And that's the only way we can expand further in universities, by the way. Because you must now have a faculty that deals with processing of these mineral resources. I must know that I can go to the University of Northwest, I will learn a skill on how to process gold until it's now made into a jewelry. I must go and study a course at Northwest University. But we can't do that as long as we don't tell these companies, before we give a mining right, these are the terms and conditions. The product must leave South Africa as a finished product, and you must create these industries. These factories must be there where the mining companies is at. If the mining company is in Northwest, the factory must be in Northwest. If the mining company is in Sekhukhune in Limpopo, the factory to process that mineral resource must be in Sekhukhune in Limpopo. So that we build new cities, Chair. You know we're having a challenge in the metros. There's no more land left in the metros. We need to redirect our people. We need to create new economic hubs. So, Chair, if we can go and look at the trade deals that the President and the Minister signed on our behalf, we are a committee of international relations. We need to have a committee meeting where we get those reports.
where we get those trade deals that they have signed, the ministers and the president, because they are signing international deals, and we're a committee that deals with IR. They must come here, those trade deals, and we scrutinize them, and they must come to the committee and account and explain to us how is it going to benefit the people. And when it benefits people, Chair, we must never be ashamed to say that in South Africa there is demographics. That all of us on our date of, there's a race, says black, white, colored, Indian. We can't run away from those. It's by design. And if we do any deals internationally, we don't keep that in mind, then we are not the government of the people. The government, majority of South Africans are black. We can't run away. It's Africans. It's majority of the population of this country. Therefore, we ought to benefit more. Now, Chair, issue of illegal mining. These big companies, they come here, especially it's mostly affected here in Northwest. Recent example, Stilfontein. They leave shafts or mine that are not rehabilitated. And this is an international company. We leave it in the hands of the MR alone. We don't come in as IR and say, but this is a multinational that was mining here in this community. They've left a big hole in Northwest. What do we do? Because the mine is unrehabilitated. That's when they start with illegal mining activities. People get trapped underground. Government must now come and spend millions to get them out and so forth. Why? Now, we just got people out of Stilfontein. Have we followed the money and say, come and rehabilitate here? You left a shaft open. We have not done that. What has this committee done? We are saying, when you want to say something, say, hey, back off is not your committee. It's an issue of the MRI. So we must be able to integrate. I think there was one person here who said that international relations is an umbrella for all the other departments. We must be able to summon the departments and bring them to our committee to account on issues that affect not only themselves as a department, but on matters they've put the country into at an international stage, Chair. So we must really have joint oversight meetings, joint oversight, public consultation with our sister departments. It's going to assist us and empower communities. Chair, lastly, we should have given Hoshi more time to speak. Next time, he must have more time to speak, and we must continue to have engagement of this nature, Chair. It's really an eye-opener. It assists all of us, really, Chair. So we must really thank Contralesa and thank hope this is not the last time we have you here. And when we do these laws, we must obviously bring them into all this participation. Issue of land is very important. You can't be owning land, and then when it's time for mining rights, they say, wait, you don't own the land. It's very funny how chiefs own the land in the rural areas, but the minute a mineral resource is discovered on land, we are quickly to say, hey, this is now government land, because we have discovered a mineral resource. It's really a disrespect what we're doing. It means that we have no respect for our traditional leaders. We need to change that stance, Chair. Ownership of land, the way it's controlled and owned in the villages, it's expropriated, that land. It's owned, it's communal land that gets to be divided to their people, equitably so. Our stands in the villages, they're equal. There's no one who's got a small stand. All of us, we get big stands. Look at all the yards in villages. We get big stands because the kings respect their people. When they give you a portion of land for human settlement, they give you your dignity. You must have a respectable stand to show that you are a human being, not what was subjected to in the metros. Our houses look like a bathroom. The whole house, the whole yard looks like a bathroom, but it's a yard where you are supposed to build a house. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutlongo and the rest of the honorable members. Just for the record, I didn't stop Khosi. Just for the record. Because you see, you are recording. And in the record of Parliament, it will appear like I stopped you. So I didn't stop Khosi. So I just thought, for the record, we need to dispose of that particular matter. Honorable Makubela, I'm going to ask that during lunch you handle your matter and the DA. during lunch, yeah, I'm really pleading that we do that. Just before we come to way forward, I didn't succeed in, when I was still part of the executive, to convince Minister of Health, Honorable Motsoaledi, that items which are consumables within health that we use for our people, most of them come from overseas. And that there are more than 1,500. And if we were to manufacture each one of them, more than 1,500 companies, factories that we'll have here, and that while agree with the monoperiod of 10 years where we work together, build the factories here in South Africa, and after 10 years they exit. And so we didn't succeed to convince him on that. My insistence then was that those factories were in villages. So I hadn't succeeded to convince him. There's a structure called VinPro. It does research on some economic-related issues. So when you go into their report there, they will show you that in the South Africa wine industry, there's less than 3% of black people who own the wine industry. That's VinPro. Now, that's 30 years of democracy, right? The other sorry story that Parliament must deal with going forward is what you said, Honorable Mhlongo. Then the labor that produced final product that we export is black labor. It's exploited labor. That labor is exploited, the one that produces the final products that we export. And I said earlier, for national interest, we are okay. If we speak at parochial level for national interest, percentages of what we export, it looks good. But if you drill deep and, for instance, you look at each labor that is sourced and employed in making sure that you have the final product, it's black people. I'm not even talking salaries. Before you go into salaries and benefits and go into where they stay, transport, medical aid, all those things. So I get the point of some honorable members who are saying this trade opportunities create jobs for black people. But there's actually much more West story than the percentage of jobs you create. And it can be left unattended, that matter. It's black labor, it's not white labor, that labor. So it has to be attended going forward. So that these foreign companies, the multinationals, must understand that we have a problem of the supply of labor which has color. That labor is black, right? And that labor is exploited. So that when they come here, they shouldn't deepen the exploitation. They must do the opposite. So it's important for us to do that. Agua, for instance, let's go into the motor industry. There's no black person who owns a manufacturing plant of cars. It's not there, it doesn't exist, right? Take Ford. Ford is from the US. It's in South Africa. So there are some parts of Ford that are exported by South Africa to the same country which came to establish Ford in South Africa. So when you do aggregation in terms of percentages, it looks good when you look at the motor industry, because that's aggregation. But when you do disaggregation and you look at the details, that's where the problem is. Well, nobody owns BMW or VW. There are no black people there who own them. But I'm just saying, if you look at the bold figure, it looks good. That these parts that we export, the vehicles that we export. The leather that makes the BMW seats is from South Africa. It's from Bratz. It's here. There's a white man who owns that business for many, many years. So all these cattle that get to be slaughtered over the weekends in Mekiti and all this, they sell the skin, the leather skin. The skin there. They do tanning. And there's an evergreen contract with Germany to supply BMW with the skin from cattle. But when you don't drill into it, and you look at the percentage, you're going to see a very good percentage of exports from South Africa going to Germany. Until you look at who owns, like Honorable Mhlongo was saying, who owns that leather factory in South Africa. It's not far from here. If we had time, I'll take members to that company. What blacks do there is they buy fowls. So, Mohodu, Sibeti, and so it's not far from here. So we have a huge task at our hand in South Africa, but yes, we have a huge task in our hands here. So on way forward, Kosi, I think one of the commitments we must make to you and your tribe, practically, in IR context, we're going to arrange some kind of maybe symposium where there will be us, DTIC, DMR, and the Chinese ambassador, and the South African ambassador in China. Even if it means we must get him virtual, we'll do that. That will take place in your area. Yes, in your area where this is happening, this Chrome thing is happening, so that we discuss beyond the trade agreement. We say, yes, we have signed a trade agreement. On the ground, what is happening? So we'll sit together, all of us there. That meeting will arrange it. So I can make that commitment that we will do. University, as a committee, I think nobody will disagree here. So the decision is already taken. We will formalize relations with the university, formally, as a portfolio committee, so that we work in various areas of IR together with you. You'll also help us with research and maybe other things. You'll also help us when we do these seminars and dialogues and in the people-centered forums, in the districts, the locals, and the wards. Sometimes you will send some of your people there to make presentations, but you can also assist in preparing papers for presentation, but you can also help us with impact analysis as a university, empirically, to say, this work that we do as a committee on behalf of Parliament, doing this people-centered, empirically, is it having an impact that is intended? So you look at it scholarly and not use emotions. Use scholarly and say to us as a committee, are we making an impact or we are not making? And so we can make that commitment. The third point of way forward, we will refer other matters. Luabalo, you have been writing all these other matters. The potholes problem. Honorable Speaker, I'm going to request that because you are responsible for oversight, please tell the executive here in the province that you are here, and people who are talking here are not from Northwest. Wawana, I have not said anything about potholes. It's not people from here, right? Who are complaining about the potholes. It's from an image point of view, it's not selling as well as a province. So I'll suggest that you call the Premier, the relevant MEC, sit down with them and say, look at the state of the province address. The budget, I'm sorry, departments are going to start presenting now. To say MEC of Public Works and Roads, we don't see how you're going to deal with the potholes. And maybe agree with the Premier that you summon all the mayors with their municipal managers and CFOs and say to them from a budgeting perspective, because they are passing their budget in July, municipalities. So Oversight must say to them through you, there's no way these budgets must be processed without us seeing how you are going to deal with potholes during this year, after passing the budget between now and December. So we'll continue the interaction. I know you will do it, Honorable Speaker. Oh, excellent. I know you. I know you. I know you. So I'm also going to request, Speaker, that at the point when you convene your speakers of municipalities and districts, call us. Or it's on Friday. We'll make a plan. So that you can see she's action-oriented. So that we can explain to them why it's important for them to understand that public participation in matters of oversight as their responsibility must include economic diplomacy and other matters of international relations. I hope, and I'm happy that you have extended that invitation which on Friday, so we'll look at it. Honorable Hlongwa, I think all of us will agree with your proposal that we must create a day where we are just going to talk about AGOA with DTIC and DERCO. I will also suggest that we add, if we can have time, maybe we can have 3 sessions. We add Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, so that by the time we take it to our people to the forums, we have done what you are suggesting. We are very clear ourselves on these animals and how they are working. I think that proposal is perfect. The matter relating to Khosili Ruo of Bafokeng and her application. Please, Lobabalo, the letter must go to DMS that we had the matter here from the Speaker, and it was emphasized by Contralesa, and we agree, all of us here, that matter has to be corrected of the Bafokeng. So we will do that. The other matter relates to trade deals. Trade agreements, all of them. I don't know whether it's Honorable Sali or who raised the matter of trade agreements, that we must unpack all of them globally, once and for all. All trade agreements, unpack all of them and say how do they affect our people on the ground, particularly the economy and unemployment and so on. So the matter you raised, Honorable Smith, on empirical facts in relation to AGOA will come in during that discussion, because the percentage you gave are correct. It's just that there are other variables which during that discussion we must get into. Because he is right on those percentages. It's just that they don't address what Honorable Mhlongo was raising. So those are the dynamics within this trade agreements between us and the United States of America. And then the DMR, because we're going to sit with them, I think we must not just deal with Vetrank. Yeah. Maybe we should look at the entire secretary. and just say, DMR, when we sit with the province, and then to the next province, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and discuss all the mines, all of them, mine by mine, what is happening and so on, particularly on the multinationals companies. There's a black guy in France who, and I want to request that we visit him as this team. He's a black guy who is doing wine. Now his story is it's a painful story, but he's doing relatively well now because his great parents, his parents, and him and his children are on the same farm. Now this is a period that spanned over 150 years, right? So after that period, it's only now that as a great-great-grandchild, he's able to do wine on that farm. He's in Franshoek, in Cape Town. So I'm going to talk to him so that this committee, we pay him a visit so that he can relate the story of intergenerational suffering, which built his character. Because he says every time he was crying when he was young, he told himself that one day I'm going to manufacture wine. Because he saw what happened to grandparents and his parents, and who were paid, as you were saying, they were paid with wine. Honorable Tlong. So he has started, now he's trading internationally at a smaller scale, but he's doing that on debt. So he had to take debt because there was nothing to inherit from these great-grandparents, the parents, and so on. Nothing. And maybe such visits can tell a better story to the committee. He will offer us the wine when we are there, and cheese. when we are there. So I'll talk to him and I'll give you the date. So members who will be available will visit. It's a great story. I'm sure you know the story of Franshoek. You go and read it. How Franshoek came to be established, how the French during colonization arrived there, and how the wining was started, and so on. So we will visit. I'm going to request that as our veteran, you do a vote of thanks on our behalf here, and then we close the meeting. Over to you, Tatemishwe. And then after the vote of thanks, somebody will close with a prayer and another volunteer. As soon as Tatemishwe says thank you, we stand up and we pray and we close the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving this privilege of saying a big word of thank you to Hoshi, who spent some time with us, and for sharing what was heavy on his heart. My colleague was right when he said we had some cries from you. It's true, there were cries, and we are hoping that will be part of the solution that will wipe away those cries. And from the university, thank you so much for the academics. I'm delighted that it's not only the academics who are now going to influence international relations policies, but ordinary people on the ground will also be involved. Madam Speaker, you raised pertinent issues. And obviously I touched on them, but for receiving us and for all the inputs that the people have made here. Our chairperson, and we hope that very, very soon we'll be hearing good news that everything has come about. So everybody who has come to spend some time with us today, so thank you very much. Your time is very valuable and we appreciate your being here. Thank you.
Father, we come before you in the name of Jesus. Ons dankie dat u met ons is. Ons dankie dat u Heilige Gees hier tegenwoordig is. Thank you, Father, that you bring your presence. Lord, help us to do something with this information. Help us to achieve great purpose for our people. Help us to see people free from poverty forever, Lord. We thank you, God, for giving us strength, wisdom. Help us, Lord, to hear the cries of our people and to make the changes that make a difference. Bless the work of our hands. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Honorable members, a lunch should be served as you enter the hotel. There's a restaurant